Good morning, everyone. Sorry for the late start and breakfast, but we're just going to have to get going now regardless of anyone. So if you could just be quiet for a second, that'd be really good. Okay, good morning. My name is Jeanette and I am the current SONA president for 2011. Next to me I have Ashley and Alicia, who are our vice presidents. We do have one more vice president, but he's currently in Slovenia. The SONA Forum is generally a place for you to voice your opinions on how SONA is going, and if you have any other, critiques or suggestions or anything that you want to bring up, if you could email them to president@sona.com.au or tweet them with the tag for SONA or Flux, that's fine. We are a bit short for time, so unfortunately we can't do a lot this morning, but we'd love to continue the conversation later on today. Firstly, I have Clem, who is the SONA rep for the University of South Australia.
Hi guys, thank you for coming. What's really great about SONA is that as students we get to network and meet other students, and what's even more fantastic is that people can come from abroad. What I want to do is I want to call Andrew Sorryman, and he's a lecturer in PNG, and I just want, as part of SONA Combined, want to give a couple presents to the PNG students. So please come down, Andrew. Thank you. So if you could just follow up some of the...
Yeah, thank you for inviting us. If you see the chronology of the SONA Congress, you'll find that we hosted this in 1975. That's a long time ago. We've been out of the loop, and our idea is to get back into the loop. So thank you for inviting us. And now I'll call upon our students, and I'll introduce them. It's at the end of the ceremony, but I'll introduce them and make them feel invited so that we can continue to come down to a beautiful country. Okay, I'll follow your culture and call the ladies up first. Yeah. My culture, the guys come first, okay? So, Damana, if you're in, Damana Bore. I'll just call the names and you keep on coming, rolling down, okay? Damana, Rachel, Helen, Kimberly, Belle. Those are the girls. Now, if they don't come down, I'll own those bags. So that's Belle. Thank you. Female. I think the rest are outside having breakfast. Okay, the guys, Israel, Leo, Daniel, Peter. Now, is there one for a staff member too? Yeah. Yeah, Austin. And am I included? Yeah. Thank you. Andrew. Okay. That's Israel, Leo, Daniel, Peter, Austin, and myself. Thank you very much, and hope to see you more often. We're trying to get back into the loop. Thank you very much for having us.
Okay. So if you do have any questions, I'm happy to get them, or if you have a really pressing question and you want, we've got probably time for half a question. You can stick your hand up and I'm happy to answer anything. Otherwise, I'll introduce Sean, who is our immediate past president, to talk about the bids for the next Congress. So any questions? Lovely.
Thanks, Jeanette. And thank you to the PNG students and their staff. It has been our express pleasure to have you here. I've noticed that a lot of the delegates have been able to have a chat with you, and that's one of the key things that we wanted to achieve, that to encourage that connection, to learn from each other's distinct process in our respective countries. And I haven't had much of a chance, but I look forward to tonight over a beer, have a bit more of a chat, and encourage the rest of you to do the same. In terms of the bidding, it is that exciting part of the Congress where our time as creative directors finishes, and and it is our pleasure to hand over the custodianship of what is an incredibly important and relevant part of Australian, New Zealand and PNG architecture education. It informs so much variety that is beyond the standard nature of architectural education in the university context, and the breadth and potential that Congress represents is a necessary part of our process. The bidding will be 3-minute presentations, so there are, I think, 3 bids that we're receiving. So if they can make their way to the stage now, we'll go over them. They'll have a chance to present, and then you as delegates and essentially custodians yourselves of the Congress will have a chance to vote for your preferred venue and host for the next Congress in 2013. Votes will be received in the ribcage. So if you just see Mel or Paddy, they'll find your name on the list, put down your preference, and then we'll announce the winner in the start of the Kenyang session. So if we can have the bidders, extra points for who's first. All right, so this is Newcastle.
So, hi everyone. I'm Joe, Tom and Brianda. We're from Newcastle. And we're just going to try and get our PowerPoints to
Does it come up
get
now?
connected. PowerPoint?
It's stuck in, but
I don't know if this one's on.
sure.
How do we?
So yeah, it's pretty good.
How does it
Flux again, everyone. So,
It's on a USB stick.
USB
is that?
just here. That's right. Do you want to go up?
Is this what we used? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Well, that looks simple enough, doesn't it? That's the point to things button. Yeah.
Okay, all right. I'll start to introduce Newcastle. So for a lot of you, a lot of people here just don't know Newcastle, and so Newcastle is an hour and a half north of Sydney. It's 2.5 hours on the train, and it's Australia's largest regional city. It's a great city. I'm from Newcastle, I'm Novocastrian, and yeah, so it's Australia's only city that has a CBD that opens to the beach. We've got this amazing city full of beaches, coffee, arts and culture, wine, the Hunter region, great wine, parklands, and yeah, this is a city that we love to show to Australia and to all of these students. So,
For a lot of people, it'd probably be their first opportunity to come and see Newcastle, and we didn't come here thinking about putting in a bid, but when the prospect came up, it just seemed a natural thing to do. I mean, I've met a lot of people who seem to have some interest in coming to Newcastle, and I mean, what a great opportunity. You come there for a conference and you go there with a lot of students. It's a great way to experience a place you've never been to before.
Okay, so that's, there you go.
Sweet.
Okay.
All right, well, that was our introduction. But despite you know, all those great things that the city naturally has to offer, you know, at this conference at Flux, we've been talking about crisis, but Newcastle's been living in a state of crisis for decades. There are a number of things in its recent history that have led to the position it finds itself in now, including earthquake, flood, riots, the closure of the steelworks, and even speculation about closing down its rail line. Through all of this, there's been an undercurrent of activism. And this runs in our School of Architecture's history of people, you could call it vandalism, applying the words, "this is not art," to an abandoned building, which led to the This Is Not Art Festival, an annual occurrence that attracts a lot of visitors to the city. Renew Newcastle is also there as this has spread to other cities. Renew Adelaide, that came from Newcastle. It's an urban renewal movement, and it began right where we came from in Newcastle because the need for it there is so obvious. The city, you have to see it for yourself. The CBD is an obvious candidate for urban renewal, and it's a complex problem. And therefore, we feel that the conditions are right for an architecture conference there that deals with the problem of regrowing something that was once there before and has to be reinvented somehow.
So yeah, so that's just the experience of our studio from the outside of our campus, which is a Boost campus. So Newcastle will offer a different experience to that of other architecture schools. There's opportunities, it's unique, it's different, and yeah, so these are like just in one afternoon when we were calling up on our city, we instantly got all the support of the Lord Mayor, the Council, the Architect Institute, the Convention Bureau, the Tourism Industry Group, and our school as well. Everyone's behind us. They all can say that this will be something really good. The Congress needs Newcastle, and Newcastle needs the Congress. So come to Newcastle. Yay!
I'd like to introduce the collaborative bit. So this is unique and very exciting, and look forward to hearing more.
Hi guys. This bid is, I drank my beer too quickly last night and I got excited and...
Slightly too excited, I would say.
Too excited. But I came around and chatted to you guys and floated the idea of a collaborative conference. And everyone got excited and kind of went, oh, it'll take a long time, but the energy is kind of here right now for people feeling positive about possibly taking the Congress to Alice, to, I don't know, get out of the city and kind of decentralise our interstate politics, I guess.
Well, I think something that's really important to note is the fact that SONA over the past few years has been making a really big push toward collaborative events and things between universities. I mean, I'm here representing Sydney, and this year and last year there's been a big push for all the Sydney universities, so UTS and UNSW, to do events together and make a much more engaged student body where people are aware of what the other universities are doing and, I guess, reduce the animosity between everyone and just make it all common ground. I mean, we're here studying architecture, and in the end we're going to be in the profession together and getting excited about things. So the idea is, yes, to bring the Congress to Alice Springs, to the middle, to the heart of Australia, to make it one unified Congress where it's no man's land, basically, and so that a lot of the issues that have been raised over the past couple of days, we can get a chance to engage with those firsthand and understand what our culture is about a little bit more and understand directly what the problems we're facing are and ways that we can combat them.
Yeah, the Institute held a conference that I've only just heard about in 2007 in Alice. It was Indigenous housing, and I just asked Paul Felleros about it, and apparently 60% of the attendees were Indigenous, and that's just incredibly exciting, and I missed it, so let's try and hold another one.
That's basically it.
Thanks very much. And now to Melbourne. It's been a long time between drinks in Melbourne, so we look forward to hearing what they've got to offer.
Hi everyone, I'm Jess and this is Tom. And we're representing the City of Melbourne.
We've got prepared a short video, you all, as we usually do. There's no audio. No audio. Just sing.
I'm not going to face
Skate. Yeah. Thanks, everyone.
Should we just play it without the audio?
Can you get the audio to work?
Okay, cool. Sure.
So, basically, it has been a long time since we've had the Student Congress in Melbourne. From memory, the last time we had it was 1964, which is odd that I come to find that in my memory because I wasn't alive, wasn't even close. But I think what we're looking at is also a collaborative bid, but with a little bit of a difference. We are looking at doing a collaborative bid for pretty much the state of Victoria, and we have gathered support from RMIT University, Monash University, Deakin University, Melbourne University, and the City of Melbourne, as well as through calling a lot of people yesterday, we started having people call us and sort of get interested in what we were doing, which sort of was quite daunting. Hopefully our IT guys are working incredibly hard, so I could show you a little bit more, because it's just not the same. No one wants to see me.
Also, we think Melbourne's a very multicultural city and there's a lot of potential to engage international students, which is a really important aspect.
And just coming out of this Congress, it's really it highlighted probably the push for the Congress to start addressing more international issues, and with pulling huge names internationally, it's like, you know, I'd love to see international students and just everybody. And I'd also love to see a video.
We're good to go.
You're killing me 3 minutes. Killing me. Not loving it. Maybe just roll it without the, no audio?
That's all right. Just play it without it.
Just roll it without the audio and I'll sing for you. Might do, we joked about improv dance, but let's go. Not really the right chance for it. So basically this short video had some funky techno to it, and this is the Melbourne that everybody knows and the Melbourne that's been presented to this Congress probably about 20 times in the past. You've got your typical Melbourne things, your laneways, your MCG, your architecture, your coffee, your meaningful pictures of people walking through the street and being happy. Melbourne. That's not really the Melbourne we know. There's a lot more to Melbourne. And yeah, there's more to Melbourne right there. That's just the CBD. We've got intense population growth, urban sprawl. The public transport network, which is just a pleasure to be on. There's our roads in case you don't want to take the public transport network. And so Melbourne's Plan A is failing. We believe the whole world needs a contingency plan, Plan B. That's why we're propositioning that the Melbourne Congress in 2013 is Plan B. And this is just a nice little image of all of the support we've gathered so far. Click. By the way, that didn't work. Just briefly as well, what Plan B is to us is a universal thing that uses Melbourne and the Victorian context as a single case study. It's practical and theoretical in you need contingency in the way you build, but also what's risen out of this conference is that we need a contingency in the way we practice architecture and the way we think about our role as architects. And Plan B, this concept of Plan B informs a process of thought, and it's sort of, as I've been thinking about it, it's like optimism versus reality. Ideally, Plan A is always going to work, but in reality, you have to have a contingency, probably a contingency for the Plan B. So,
and it's a concept that's relevant on all scales. We're constantly having to come up with backup plans, and we're never encouraged to go with the first idea that we come up with. So it's really about an idea that's relevant to all scales of not only architecture but world kind of thinking. So,
and it's like for me, it just feels like a continuum. I mean, like from rehab, we grew into flux, and it feels like from flux we're going to grow into this Plan B mentality. So I'm particularly excited about it, and I'd love to come show you not just all the fantastical things about Melbourne, like the architecture departments and all the buildings, but also the things that those departments are striving to improve. Thanks.
Thanks.
Brilliant. Well, 3 really exciting bids. So now we charge you with the responsibility to choose the next host city, tutor it with the due gravitas, and we look forward to seeing you in whichever city in 2013. In handing over to Tim Moore, editor of Architecture Australia, I'd also like to invite everyone that's standing outside to please come in and get the main business of the day underway. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to the final day of Flux. It's a day to synthesize your energy despite your waning voices and hopefully walk away today with some type of practical, ethical and political agenda. But before we commence, I would like to welcome Ian McDougall from the University of Adelaide to begin proceedings.
Thanks. Blue scope steel today. I'm Professor of Architecture and Urban Design at University of Adelaide, and we're very pleased to be a sponsor of Flux, and also in particular to be a sponsor of our keynote speaker this morning, Charles-Holland. One of the things we've been doing over the last 5 years at Adelaide is challenging students to, I guess, explore the neglected and sometimes unsavoury parts of architecture. I guess sort of look at things that are more, are outside the traditional conventions. We've asked them to forget the tasteful and the polite, and I guess be more courageous against what kind of pervades the profession to some extent in dull pragmatism, and look at wider aspects of what could be done. I guess we encourage our students to try and find a personal mission within the professional mainstream. Disappointingly, many students think that actually means how do I get a job? But sometimes, and delightfully, it means that students begin to explore the areas that don't necessarily lead to an early retirement of the brain. We like to get them interested in what was going through the mind of an architect like John Q. Bruce, who designed the huge pile up on Montefiore Hill called Car Clue in 1901, which is a pretty stunning bit of Victorian monstrosity. I guess we try and get them to look at aspects of the decorative, the possibilities of pattern, and I guess the craft of elaboration, and look at serious studies in the undesigned and the accidental and the found object. We'd always argue that they should look to Dali rather than Corbusier. There's a great criticism in Australian architecture which I could never understand, a kind of an oxymoron, and that criticism is some architects try too hard. What kind of thing, what does that say about our culture? Try too hard. Don't really understand that. I guess ringing in, we try and, I guess, get ringing in the ears of our students the cash cry of that great American architect Morris Lapidus, that too much is never enough. Or even the noted Australian architect Peter Corrigan, who called on his students at Yale about 8 or 9 years ago when he was teaching there for more ideas and less refinement. Unfortunately, they didn't understand his Australian accent. So it is a great pleasure for us at Adelaide University to sponsor the conference, and in particular to sponsor FAT. So welcome, Charles, welcome to Australia, and welcome to Adelaide.
Thank you, Ian. I'd like to welcome Sean McEntee to introduce the first speaker, Charles Holland.
Thank you, Tim, and thank you, Ian. Hopefully less of a technology fail than the intro. In speaking with Charles over the last 2 days, a couple of things are immediately evident. The first is an incredibly charming English accent. The second, and perhaps more relevant, but equally charming, is Charles' sensitive regard for a wide range of aspects of the profession, from the student experience to a broader regard of architectural practice and the necessary relationship between the two. His thoughts are relevant and captivating to an incredibly wide audience. As the director of the London-based architecture firm FAT, his work embodies that exciting nexus between critical comment and realised form. The work of FAT evidences an interest in the politics of taste and space and deals extensively with ideas of communication in architecture. The body of work produced by FAT has evolved from urban-based art projects through the scales of design, interiors, architecture to master plans. Striking and provocative, the work of FAT occupies an important position in its stated aims of developing client briefs into extraordinary projects, but also in redefining public perceptions of what architecture is. In his writing, teaching and practice, Charles puts forward a contribution to the profession and society that is robust even, and thought-provoking. An exemplary contributor to discourse, we found Charles to be an essential complement to the themes of this Congress. I could happily listen to Charles all day, but we'll have to make do with this morning's session. So please join me in welcoming Charles and his charming accent to the stage.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Sean, Timothy, and for Ian for his introduction. Thanks too to Jess and to Sam for inviting me to speak at Flux and for my first ever trip to Australia. So far, the most meaningful contribution I've made to this conference is a picture of my socks, which is circulating on the internet. So hopefully I won't lower the tone and my talk will continue the series of excellent and thought-provoking presentations that we've seen so far. Perhaps it might come as a relief to some of you that my talk will take the traditional architect's format of some photos of what I have designed. And I'm going to talk about a number of projects, but I'm not going to talk about any of them in great detail. Instead, they're used to frame an argument which is a response to the themes of the conference. which takes the form of sort of anti-manifesto, really, a sort of negative business strategy for an architectural firm, a kind of counterintuitive set of tactics that we've followed that have helped us to find unusual and exceptional ways to work as architects. The talk is called Do the Wrong Thing. And the first thing that I'd like to urge you not to do as architects is enter design competitions. And I'm going to do something I've never done before, which I'm going to begin with a little, with reading something out. I hope you'll forgive that, but I think it's one of the reasons I was asked to talk. And it's a little, I'm going to sample it a little bit, but it's a short essay, very short essay I wrote and put on the internet, which gained a certain amount of comment at the time. And it's called Dear Other Architects, Please Stop Entering Design Competitions. It's sheer folly. Here's why. 1, it's massively wasteful of your time and resources. Can you think of another comparable industry or profession that spends so much time and money on bidding for work? 2, it gives away your main asset, your ideas, for free. 3, you are highly unlikely to win. This is just a fact. Some of us are better at them than others, but no one wins them all, and most lose often. 4, even if you do win, it's highly unlikely that the building will be built. Most competitions are speculative, not in the sense that the client is looking for experimental architecture, but in the sense that there's little or no funding in place, and they're yet to inform you of all the impediments in the way of the project actually happening. 5, therefore, there's often only one thing more disappointing than losing a competition, and that's winning one. 6, they're a terrible way of procuring a building. 7, competitions momentarily flatter you into thinking that you're designing, say, Oslo Opera House or a new town outside Madrid. But in reality, you're not. Until you get the commission, it's just pretend. 8, no one else in the world understands why you're doing this. They just get used to you not coming home or refusing to take a holiday or forgetting to wash for 5 days. But they still think you're mad. 9, you could do without the stress. All that time, all that effort, the all-nighters and the breakneck journey to the printers to get the boards made up, the intern dispatched across the country to hand them in because you've missed the courier's deadline, the anxious wait for the results that sometimes never come. Honestly, you could do without it. 10, it's not the failure that will kill you, it's the hope. So, if you're thinking of entering a competition, don't. Take your office down the pub instead. It will be more fun and it will cost a lot less. You might even meet someone down there who wants to give you a job. Remember, if you stop, I can too. So, can all go home now. Thank you. Okay, so if competitions is not the way to get any work, how do you? Well, firstly, forget about the architecture. The first project that we ever did as FAT was a project called AdSite. We graduated in the last major global recession, which gives this talk and a certain sort of circularity for us. And we came out of college and were faced with the very real prospect of absolutely no employment in the world of architecture. And this, strangely, was an amazing opportunity because it meant that we continued to do the work that we had done as students. No one was asking us to do it and no one was paying us to do it, but in the absence of any other more useful, gainful employment, we kind of just continued the work and the research that we would be doing as students. And we hit upon an idea of advertising our work in bus shelters in London. And so we rang up one of the companies that manages the shelters, a company called Adshell, and we asked if we could hire one of the bus stops in central London to show some drawings. And they said, sure, you can have that, but you need to pay for another 199 bus stops as well. The minimum order There's 200. So we thought, that's scuppered that idea. But then we thought, actually, no, if we can find another 199 people who want to do this as well, we can, and they donate a small amount of money, then we can hire 200 bus stops, which is what we did. And we basically curated an exhibition that stretched across the whole city, that each artist or architect or designer that contributed got a bus stop. And effectively it formed a sort of 4-week exhibition. And for us, it was about a number of different but very important things which have formed cornerstones of our work since. One, it kind of sprung from ideas and things we were interested in looking at, such as the Situationist International and the idea of the city, not so much as a series of kind of like static monuments, but as an experience, and the idea explored by other architects at the time, like Bernard Schumann in Event Cities, the idea of event or action as something that kind of animates the city and changes our perception of it. So this exhibition was an event that took place within spaces that don't normally host art exhibitions. Secondly, it introduced the idea of collaboration, that we were working as a group of 200 people, and not all of them, very few of them in fact, were architects. So we were instantly working in a way where we were kind of pursuing a sort of cross-disciplinary form of practice. 3, it was about art and about the way that we experience art, and that if we take it out of the rarefied container of the gallery and we put it into a kind of the habitual realm of the city, then how does that alter the way that we experience art? Does it, when it takes a situation where it has to stand up against indifference, boredom, Nike adverts, waiting for a bus, etc., what is the kind of experience of art? And finally, getting back to this thing about where's the architecture, it was, in a way, a design for an art gallery, but one where the traditional aspects of an art gallery, the structure, as it were, had disappeared. So it was a kind of art gallery that stretched across the city and had no walls. So really the first project we ever did as an architectural practice contained really no architecture in the traditional sense, but it contained, I guess, the idea of program and territory as fundamental aspects of the architectural experience. And following that, we were commissioned actually to do a version of it, which we limited the number of bus stops, but we expanded the brief of what we did to them. And we commissioned a series of audio-visual installations by artists and musicians on 10 bus stops in central London. And they became much more kind of physical interventions in the city. And this is, one of them, this is by an artist called Beaconsfield, who got a thatcher, roof thatcher from the West Country of England, to come and thatch the roof of this bus stop, which was next to the Halifax Building Society. So a kind of mortgage lender in the middle of it, where the advert normally goes with some housing repossession statistics displayed, and a kind of image of sort of archetypal shelter laid over the kind of temporary shelter of the bus stop. And this was by a pair of artists, a romantic couple as well as a sort of working partnership, and they made this kind of tribute to sort of teenage graffiti, the sort of thing that you scrawl in the bus stop, which they made into this kind of elaborate neon installation, which I think was also a reference to their relationship, but also to the amount of time one spends waiting for the bus. And this one involved a man dressing up as King Kong, for reasons that I can't recall anymore. Okay, next up in the roll call of things you're not meant to do, copying. This has actually come up already once this week, I think in Andrew Maynard's opening talk. Architects aren't meant to copy. We're fixated on the notion of the original and the new. This is a sort of seems to be a fundamental error. Copying has a very well-established position within art practice. One thinks of, because it's fairly timely and he died this week, Twombly's Erased de Kooning, where he bought a painting by his friend Willem de Kooning, rubbed it out and then represented it as his own work. So copying or appropriation, which is its posher, more academic title, has a long and distinguished history within art practice, but not in architecture. But copying is a sort of fundamental technique of ours. For many years, our library in our office was entirely made up of books that we bought from a remainder bookstore that was in the street where our office was. A remainder bookstore is a bookshop that sells all the books that no one else wants to buy. So anything that remains after a book's gone to a normal bookshop then goes to this one. So the interesting thing about remainder bookshops is they're inherently highly unfashionable and undesirable pieces of information. And we got this, as well as this book, which I'll talk about in a second. We picked up a whole number of books which are sort of 10 years out of date from the architecture section. Almost invariably, they were edited by Charles Jenks. And almost invariably, they were architectural design specials on such unfashionable architects as Robert Venturi, Denise Scott Brown, Michael Graves, Charles Moore, Bob Stern, etc., all of which we took to our heart, maybe with the exception of Michael Graves. I've tried, I just can't quite bring myself to embrace that one. So we kind of started to look at, and seriously look at, architecture that was unfashionable as a kind of idea that if no one else was looking at it, then it might contain something quite interesting and relevant. And we also picked up this book, which was the source of most of our designs for about 5 years. It was a book just of architectural drawings, which had no labels and had no other information about them. And my colleague Sam actually bought this book and claimed for ages that it cost 50 pence. And we used to say, oh, well, all of our books only cost 50 pence. And then when I scanned it in, I realized he was lying. It was actually cost $14.99. But this book formed the basis of this project, which I want to show, which was a summer house commissioned by English Heritage in the UK. And it's basically for sort of temporary folly, which was in the grounds of a stately home in north of England. And the grounds and the stately home itself were examples of the picturesque, which is a kind of English landscape and architecture movement, which was predicated in a way about misreading history and in a form of copying. And English artists would travel around Europe on a sort of grand tour looking at the kind of remains of Greco-Roman classical culture, and then come back to England and kind of, via the paintings of landscape paintings like Poussin and Claude Lorraine, would think, well, let's do a little bit of that. So the landscape of England became kind of peppered by small romantic follies of Greco-Roman descent, often within artificial landscapes which had been constructed in order to show these architectural set pieces off as well as possible within a sort of romantic landscape sensibility. And this struck us as relevant because the site was a picturesque landscape, and that this idea of sort of copying or mislearning from history formed the design methodology for our folly. So we started off with this drawing, which we were kind of intrigued by, and that was the only information we had about it. There's no front elevation, no sides, no plan, no description. So we thought, well, we're just going to use this, and the bits that we don't know we're going to have to make up. And we're going to have to change the scale, but we don't really know how big it is anyway, so we can do that. And we're going to change the materials, and we're going to change whatever's inside it. And it's going to go through a series of transformations, and it ended up as this. So our little folly sits in its kind of romantic landscape. It has a very ambiguous scale. It's been flattened and pushed around, and the twin towers have become one. And we clad it in these little metal circular discs that sit on pins and are sort of stapled to the exterior. And they depict a form of architectural decoration that kind of wraps over the surface, and then as they go up, it kind of forms its own sky background. And when the wind blows, these things kind of shake, and they reflect on the ground, and they have an interesting relationship, really, to the notion of sort of artificial and the natural, that they're the most artificial looking object, but then it's the most artificial kind of landscape. And then when the wind blows, they kind of actually respond in this quite sort of delicate and subtle way. And so this is the object from the other side, and this is a little window, and a person looks out of that window. So it has a very curious and hard to grapple with scale. This item has now moved from its first site, and it's moved to a sculpture park in the Lake District, where the movable or removable discs have proved a very useful form of communication for local teenagers who can rearrange them to spell various offensive words. Okay, alienate your client. This is being streamed, isn't it, as well? It's like potential clients, hello. So, what do I mean by that? Well, oh no, that's them, but they come later. One of the first commissions we ever got was from an advertising agency in London who asked us to design their office. And we came up with a scheme that even now strikes me as totally and utterly ridiculous, and seemed to involve a golf course that was fixed to the ceiling of their office. And when we went in to present them with this, we promptly lost the job and walked away very abashed by our foolishness. But two of the creatives in the office from Holland went back to Amsterdam a couple of years later and set up their office and commissioned us to design it, and have proved probably one of our most influential and important clients, both in the sense that the project we did with them helped to publicise our work massively, and also that actually working with them helped us to develop our architecture enormously as two very interesting and creative guys themselves. This isn't them. This is actually a picture of two Russian bear trappers, but it's the first picture that we sent them back in the days of fax machines. We faxed this image over to them from a book of the wooden architecture of Russia, also 50 pence from the Remainder bookstore. And they were very taken with this image, and they thought that it would make a useful starting point for their office. This is actually them, slightly more insane looking than the Russian bear trappers. This is Eric, and this is Johan. Kessel's Kramer is the name of the office. And they bought an amazing space in Amsterdam, a secret church, a Gothic church that was within, from the outside, what looked like a kind of regular Amsterdam apartment block. Once you walked through it, you walked into a kind of typically Gothic nave, which was also a scheduled ancient monument. So the strategy that we developed was that we couldn't really do anything with the actual structure itself, and that what we would do to turn it into an ad agency office was to insert a number of sort of giant bits of furniture which could be movable and which could be taken out of the space when they wanted to move out, and a series of sort of landscapes that could be occupied by desks, etc. And these giant bits of furniture were also sort of miniature buildings. And in a way, they were also an example of bits of copied architecture. They were bits of half-remembered stuff from watching Bonanza as children. They were from things we saw on the internet and kind of cut out and liked. There were things from the wooden architecture of Russia. And they were mixed up, distorted, sampled, bits taken out, bits added. And through a process of faxing them sketches and them faxing sketches back and us changing things and them choosing from a list of bizarre objects, we started to kind of refine a series of objects which would provide the major functions of their space. So what we ended up with was this strange kind of mashup of bits of architecture, all of which were built by a Dutch stage set designer. The best builders we've ever worked with, and their first question to us was, how old do you want it to look? Which is just a fantastic question, isn't it? I mean, how do you write that in the specification? 112 years old, please. The major components we had was this little, this was a mobile library, which was like a sort of bit of a truncated shed, which had a window with mirror glass instead of clear glass. I think we called the Baywatch Tower, very popular television program on Earth at the time. And it was like sort of stretched and painted in gold leaf. And in there they watched their show reels and watched their videos. In here they have books. And then this is where the creatives sort of sit on this wooden fort below and above. and the wooden fort has been sort of consumed with other bits of much more domestic architectural decoration. And then there's this series of spaces which were bits of football pitch, astroturf with white line markings on, with desks. They were very into hot desking. You have to remember this is like the kind of mid-1990s, so many of the cliches of the ad agency office breakout space and football tables and stuff like that didn't really exist at the time. So this idea of it being sort of a kind of playful environment which you could sort of shift around was a genuinely kind of new idea. The idea with the desks was that they were suitably uncomfortable, so people didn't actually want to make them their own space for very long. And this is a view from the bit where you watch the show reels back towards the wooden fort. And then the night before we finished it, they all went, the staff went to a flea market and bought an enormous collection of antlers and neon signs and bits of furniture and flags. And these are very early pictures. It's since become more and more full of items that they've bought. This is the back of Lenin's head. He's looking towards the Baywatch Tower, where he's shaking his head in disbelief. There's the organ. This is a little bit of the astroturf. There's the front of Lenin's head. He does indeed look quite furious. This is the altar. This is a china dog. And that's a nice chair. And this is the meeting room, where we had an extra long picnic table made so that meetings don't last very long either. It has an astroturf floor and some wallpaper of a forest and a reflective ceiling and then some illuminated bunny rabbits. Okay, which leads me neatly on. Embrace the most reviled styles of architecture. We're back to the thorny issue of postmodernism. Yeah, all those AD specials we read, edited by Charles Jenks. Eventually we thought we've got to have a go at this because it looks great fun. We don't have to be minimalist and worry about shadow gaps and stuff. We can cover it all up with massive mouldings. So we did a house for two writers, poor pair of two writers, otherwise unblemished lives. One of them actually was John Lanchester, who wrote one of the best books about the financial crisis, oddly enough, a book called Whoops, Where Did All the Billions Go, which is a very good book, I can recommend it. But an otherwise, blameless individual, we designed a house for him and his wife, Miranda, who's also a writer. And one of the major components of the house, unsurprisingly, was a sort of large two-storey library. It was a typical London Victorian terrace house. And our design became a kind of riff, I guess, on the sort of Victoriana of London terrace houses, the mouldings and the decorative elements, which we started to play with as a language that could be manipulated, copied, cut up, changed, and play games with scale and perception so that arches are implied, doors are slightly misaligned, so the mouldings suggest much larger spaces. Mirrors start to suggest spaces off the main space that don't kind of exist. Spaces look into and out of each other, and I guess we're kind of heavily channeling sort of heroes like having a go. Low-rent John Soane Museum, really, this. All kind of using this sort of pattern book language of English domestic architecture. And this is that same view. You can see the kind of windows misaligned and sort of truncated into the wall, mirrored skirting, suggesting spaces off the main space, and these kind of bits of mouldings which are suggestive of sort of Alice in Wonderland style distortions of scale and perception. So using very traditional means to start in a I guess a sort of modernist spatial tactics way. And then this reaches its full fruition, really, in a house which was for one of my colleagues and his wife, which we designed in London. It was a self-commissioned building. My colleague's wife bought the land, and it was our first first building, really, in the UK. It's a mixed-use development, really. It contains a house. There's no prize given for the bit, which is the house, and an office, and a garden for his and her family, an entrance to a one-bed flat, which is at the top, So it's a family house, an office, and a flat, all kind of mixed in together. And it explores really a sort of language of, on the exterior at least, a sort of language of communication or iconography in architecture. This is the front of it. It's known colloquially or locally as the Blue House for fairly obvious reasons. And it basically sort of wraps a series of kind of almost graphic signs for different kinds of architecture around each other. So the house, which clearly has things that are going on which are slightly wrong, bits missing, windows that are distorted, strange games of, very modernist games really of, solid and void, that uses a kind of language of explicit communication, tree, garden, house, a miniature office block, all done in this kind of series of sort of flattened planes, which then start to change as it wraps around, and there are shifts in scale, changes in the kind of language of the architecture. And it's all clad in fake wood cement board, which is very nice because it has a repeat, the knot pattern on the wood just repeats, like kind of wallpaper. You look at it for a while, you start to go, it's the same piece of wood over and over again. And then you can kind of see that sort of fake wood effect. So obviously there's a kind of interest here in artificiality, in non-authentic things, all the kind of things that we sort of continually rail against in architecture, sort of endless obsession with the idea of authenticity, and so it kind of pushes us in the opposite direction to find the fake and the inauthentic. And here you can see the kind of thinness of that, how this sort of series of almost paper-thin facades are stuck against each other. This always reminds me of that Buster Keaton film where he stands in front of a house and the facade kind of just falls down and he's standing in the bit where there's an empty window, and he manages just to remain standing there. So if the outside is obsessed with this kind of idea of flatness, I guess, and iconography, this contrasts or kind of cuts against the inside, which is actually a very kind of sculptural, three-dimensional experience. So we call this really, it's South Park on the outside and Adolf Loos on the inside. Adolf Loos being another of our architectural heroes. So inside, there's a series of much more complex spaces than you might expect, and there's all the various bits of program, the house, the flat, and the office wrap around each other with a series of sort of kind of nested objects. So spaces, houses within houses, and the relationship between these different disparate programs which kind of look across and into each other in a way which is similar but expanded from the writer's house. And so we get these kind of these sort of spaces carved out of the interior. And the whole thing, the whole house is really based around this sort of staircase which wraps around the internal spaces, making little rooms, houses within houses. This is the main living space, and this is that window on the outside. So the staircase becomes a sort of a bit that mediates between the private inside and the public outside, and all of the spaces sort of spin off the staircase, as it were. This is that space really, where the thinness of the wall becomes kind of thickened out to become actually something that kind of contradicts the initial reading of the exterior. This is going up around that staircase to the bedrooms. That's in the bedrooms, so there are kind of windows within the house which look through the windows of the exterior. So there's a sort of kind of Russian doll style spatiality to recessively smaller spaces within it. And this is the inside of where those windows are, which actually begin at sort of ankle height, but suggest a different scale on the outside. And again, this kind of interest in mouldings and traditional bits of architecture that are used in actually quite a sort of dissonant way. So you get kind of bits of truncated ornamentation, which again play with issues of scale. And the whole thing is a bit like ambiguous between whether it's a kind of modernist open plan space or whether it's a series of traditional rooms. And again, that's really where the kind of Adolf Loos thing comes out, that his houses for us are fascinating because they are both traditional and constantly undermining the sort of traditional nature of them. So they're both composed rooms, but they're also about continual movement and about sort of dislocation of space. So this is kind of a very rich area for us. It's neither kind of clearly about one thing or the other, but it shuttles between traditional ideas of architectural space and much more kind of modernist and dislocated notions of architectural space. Okay. Here's another useful counterintuitive tactic. Become experts in redundant typologies. We finished a building in the UK, in London, a library, at almost the exact moment that the government announced its drastic public spending cuts, triggering a wave of library closures across the entire country. When we finished this, we thought, this is excellent. Right, where next for our skills as library designers? I had a moment of one day in the sun before we realised that no one was going to commission a library in the UK ever again. And it was interesting, really, because our approach to designing the library was very much to embrace the concept of a library. There had been a series of library buildings built, which all kind of called themselves things like info centres and learning zones and stuff. And we were interested in a kind of explicit sort of celebration of this public typology. It was actually an extension to an existing library. It was a Andrew Carnegie Library. There was he was a wealthy industrialist who sponsored a sort of worldwide network of libraries, all of which took a very similar architectural form. And this one had fallen into a very severe state of disrepair. And it also had lots of kind of contemporary problems of access and stuff like that. It was hard to get into unless you were a mountaineer. And you couldn't get around the building. Much of it was inaccessible. So, and it had become lost under sort of successive layers of bureaucratic and municipal pragmatism. This was the kind of space as we found it. And so our intervention became, one, a way of solving the access problems, a kind of a new entrance pavilion with ramp, and less obviously a way to kind of project the library or project an idea for us about civicness and about publicness within a kind of context of a busy high street. So it was like, how do you do a kind of civic building in a sort of contemporary setting? Which is, and there it is. So it sits in this kind of mainstream is almost all right style setting of temporary signage, shop signage, and then you get the library, which becomes a kind of sign that competes within that. But where the sign has become sort of monumentalized. And we were also interested in the kind of recent language of civic architecture of the kind of 50s and 60s. So this building is made from precast concrete and looks at a language of, I guess, sort of 50s, 60s brutalism. So it becomes explicitly about signage, but an inhabited sign which forms a kind of new reading room, public reading room that sits on the front of the building, which kind of embraces this is the sort of end of that high street. So really for us it was about a way, things were very unlikely things for us to be interested actually, the kind of idea of sort of how you dignify a civic space in a kind of contemporary, very commercialized high street environment. And we were interested again in not being either one or the other, but somehow manage to kind of negotiate a position between the two. I'm just going to check how I'm doing for time. And of course stripping off all the sort of clutter that had gone on to the existing very nice classical architecture over the years. That shows we can also be quite tasteful if called to be. Okay, ignore the brief. I was chatting to some people in the pub last night who were in Sydney last year when my colleague Sam talked, so forgive me if I cover some of the same ground. We were commissioned by the British Council to be part of a travelling exhibition. I nearly said travelling circus, but I think it probably would have been almost right. A travelling exhibition in China a few years ago, and the exhibition's format was that of an English Victorian house plan, where each designer or architect was given a room, And then each room was assigned a kind of individual, a famous person from either contemporary or historical Britain. It was a terrible, terrible brief. And the study, for instance, was Isambard Kingdom Brunel's study, and the living room was Tony Blair's living room. And we were given David Beckham, much to our horror, and we thought, oh, David Beckham, what can you possibly say about David Beckham that nobody knows already or is in any way interesting? So we thought, well, maybe we'll make it about David Beckham and Victoria Beckham. And then we thought, well, maybe we'll make it about, like, you know, a celebrity couple. And then we thought, maybe we'll just make it about couples. And the idea of a couple who want to do everything together. Needless to say, we were given the bathroom slot. So we went to a big, out-of-town, big box DIY store, and we bought 2 of everything. We bought 2 baths, two toilets, 2 sinks, 2 showers, double the amount of taps required, etc. And we took them to the workshop and we cut them up and we started to stick them together like a kind of Siamese twin. So you kind of get the 2 shower heads, which are twisted around together like a kind of love spoon. And you get the 2 baths, which have a bit cut out in the middle, and they're put back together, so in plan they make a heart shape, which is nice. And you get 2 sinks, which are there. And then you get the 2 toilets, which are angled away from each other for modesty reasons. And the whole thing is behind a kind of curtain, which again is in a sort of heart shape. And then everything's stuck back together again. And then successive layers of plaster and fiberglass, and eventually it goes to a sort of car body spray paint shop, and they paint it in this very putrid shade of flesh pink. When the show opened in Beijing, there was a little slot about it on the radio, and they talked to a few people who've been out there, cultural commentators, and they talked about the exhibition, and one of them said, yeah, and then there's this bathroom that's really the weirdest thing I've ever seen, and it's painted in germaline pink. Germaline's a kind of like a bathroom lotion you put on when you've got like a kind of burn or something. So germaline pink is sort of synonymous with slightly unpleasant things. So that was their description of it. So there's a kind of close-up. The other thing that's really nice about it is when we started to use these sort of bits of ceramic, porcelain, bathroomware, when you start to work with them, they actually make these incredibly interesting sculptural and rather graphically bodily shapes. I've always been a big fan of toilets and stuff, and they're amazing objects. And so we kind of started to get all of these, you know, fantastic kind of spaces and things resulting almost accidentally from working with these kind of found bits of sort of DIY stuff. Which culminates in probably the most obscene sort of bit, which is there, which is really revolting in double vision especially, isn't it? Yeah. Right, kill the modernist within, very important. This ludicrous instruction to ourselves, almost impossible to obey, was the title of an exhibition that we did in Manchester some years ago, going back to the idea of alienating your client. This project somewhat inadvertently led to our first major commission, or major-ish commission in the UK. But the client who commissioned us, one of the clients, was there at the opening night of the exhibition and reputedly left, disgusted by the immature offerings on display. But what we were interested in the exhibition was looking at non-modernist languages of architecture and how we could embrace those sort of debased languages of architecture that we learn as architects to despise, and therefore to despise the tastes of those people who choose it. So really this thing is about taste, and it's about how as an architect you might have to embrace at some point the tastes of people outside of architectural culture. Especially if you want to design their houses. So there's a kind of serious engagement really in all of our practice over the years with the sort of what you might call the micro-politics of taste, the way that taste intersects with class and lifestyle and wealth, and how we don't like to talk about those things, but also we don't like, partly because we don't like to talk about class, and partly because as architects we like to think that our taste is just naturally much better, and the fault lies with everybody else. If they just kind of read the right books, they'd understand that we're right, and skirting boards aren't a good idea. So we were looking at, in particular, the kind of English obsession with mock Tudor, and we decided that we're interested in the way that mock Tudor has gone from a kind of language of construction, or literal language of construction, to a language of iconography and signage, an applied pattern, if you like, that starts to talk about the things that we think mock Tudor or Tudor construction means, but without, of course, having any kind of structural legitimacy. So we thought the ultimate manifestation of that was to make our own font, to literally turn it into a language. And this is our font, which is called Mock. That's, which we then used. Oh no, this is here we are. This is, I promised to show this. This is this just shows how obsessed the English are with mock Tudor, half-timbered construction. They even made a car with it. The most ridiculous way to manufacture a vehicle. My mum had one of these. She had a succession of these, actually, and they used to unsurprisingly go rotten and grow mushrooms on the inside. And I remember as a child when I was being taken to school, slightly embarrassed because everyone else's parents had a brand new kind of Ford Cortina or Granada, and I'd sit in the back and I'd look at these little mushrooms growing along there. Little knowing that years later I'd embraced the same thing. And yeah, that's where we all want to live. So here's our mock font used in the gallery, a sort of modernist white cube gallery setting, and it spells "kill the modernist within," going round the sort of cube as you enter. And so this exhibition, which was in Manchester, as I say, kind of led in a way to our first big commission in the UK, which was to design a series of houses for the residents of a council estate in Manchester that was being knocked down as part of a regeneration project, masterminded by the, I don't know if they have any currency here, but by a property developer in England called Urban Splash, who specialised, I guess, in a kind of slightly sort of design-savvy, playful kind of end of regeneration, understand the sort of importance or role of design often, and they indeed kind of were instrumental in giving us our first major job. And as I say, the residents of this housing estate were going to be moved off, their houses knocked down, and then they were given a right to return, and they selected us at an interview from a range of architects that they were given, and we had to work with them to design their housing. So this project in a way became a live project for us to engage with this issue of taste and the idea of popular taste and popular culture within housing, and also the issue of class. It is fundamental to this project that this was a kind of working class community who are usually displaced in the act of regeneration, that not only literally displaced in that they might end up not being able to afford to live there, because the purpose of regeneration is to bring people with money in who kickstart shops and spending and all the important things that make cities work. But they get displaced in more subtle ways according to the fact that, you know, their taste and their culture becomes overwritten by a kind of taste of middle-class architect, designer culture. So this project really is a way that we could start to work with their personal taste to develop a kind of form of architecture which meant that they had a presence within this master plan. This is a dog. With a welcome sign. And the first thing we did was we went to visit each of the residents in their houses. There are 23 households. And we went there and we took photographs of the houses and we talked to them and we developed a kind of brief as if they were almost like 23 individual clients. And the photos we took became a kind of resource where we actually start talking about architecture through observation, I guess, learning from their particular environments, what they'd done to their existing houses, how they'd reconfigured them, what worked, what didn't. And this is a great picture because this is an air freshener, and this is outside the house. There's the front door. This says something profound about a relationship to the rest of your culture, is that they're the problem. Yeah, it's all okay once you get inside. These are the existing houses, not the ones that were lived in, obviously, but most of them were slowly being kind of decanted out. So it was what they call a sink estate. The estate, which was built in the 1970s along it was obviously a kind of low-rise, cul-de-sac-based style of development, which was kind of replaced a previous, more modernist point block development, which in turn had replaced the sort of industrial mills of Manchester, the first industrial suburb. Had slowly, over the years, become a kind of social sort of, had various social endemic problems. Partly its problem is it's very close to the centre of Manchester, so that's where everyone went. The closest bit to Manchester where you could deal drugs openly. Most of our clients, I think, might have been engaged in that industry. This is where, when we asked them where they'd like to live, they all said here. So it's a kind of weird thing. They all lived in the centre of the city, but their aspiration, by and large, was to live in a kind of suburban typology. And again, like some of the projects I talked about before, the idea here really was for us to learn from typologies which sort of outside what architecture is meant to be about, but not to exactly do them or replicate them, but to kind of take what seems to be useful from them and to combine them with what seems to be useful about other forms of architecture. So this is another interior. This is my favourite interior ever. It's mind-boggling, actually, what's going on here. There's the mock Tudor, of course. There's a bit of adobe. There's a statue of Marie Antoinette. There's an International Design Award there. What is that? That's like there's another weird dog with no eyes. So yeah, this is one of the interiors. One of the interesting things we found out, demographic study, all the old people had the most mental houses. So the young people had all watched too many episodes of Changing Rooms or Grand Designs, and had all got kind of bleached blonde floors and white walls and a kind of large leather sofa. And their parents, meanwhile, had built everything themselves. So they had things like this as well. This belonged to the same guy who owns the dog with no eyes. And he had knocked through the wall, one bit of wall in his house, and made his bar. And whenever we went round there, he'd always insist on standing behind there and trying to get us to drink something from here, which never submitted to. I don't know what's in there, but it's evil stuff. Anyway, he'd built this himself, so it was really interesting to us that here was this sort of repository of a sort of folk architecture, right? A kind of DIY architecture. What happens to architecture when the architect walks away is that people change stuff, and this seems to be a fundamental issue, especially in the housing, which is that housing isn't a kind of static piece of work. I design it, it's finished, thank you very much. It's an unfolding kind of narrative, and in many ways the most successful forms of housing are those that lend themselves to adaptation over time. So we tried to work with this language really and these ideas. Here's another interesting thing. They had no dining rooms, really weird, and everyone ate around the table. Again, sort of counter to what you might imagine that everyone kind of eats when they're watching TV and stuff. But so they end up with this enormous dining table. You couldn't get to the kitchen because there's no room to put it in. So there were kind of little pragmatic observations about how the houses didn't work. There's another one. Everyone had a home computer, but there's no room to put in it. So they're always in a second bedroom, which means that you kind of got to get permission from the owner of the bedroom to use the computer, and the kids do their homework on it. So there were kind of things like modern houses. Houses built in the 70s there were little subtle things about program within the house that didn't really work. It's also interesting as well. We showed this to our client in an early meeting, and this is the development, and this is letters from the client to this guy who lives here, and they were like really freaked out, like this person's really on their case. Everything they'd ever sent him about the regeneration project was in here. And then another little subtle one, within the family house, all these kind of micro territories, teenagers who don't want you to come into their room. So these things informed a series of sketches working with the residents. Nathaniel mentioned yesterday about kind of making models and working with people so that you work in ways which open up the process of design rather than close it with perfect drawings and stuff. We put in out these big plans, and they were kind of A0 short sheets, and they weren't quite finished, so you could start to finish off bits. And we had very simple ideas about, you can cook and the kids can eat, and they can run outside, or you can cook and you can watch them, and it all kind of works a little bit better than the one before. Or you open up the circulation space a bit more and you can put your computer there, and there's kind of bits of ambiguous space in the house which allow these sort of shared activities which aren't normally catered for to happen. Or maybe the kids have their own bit and they can do what they want up there, and the parents can sleep soundly or have an argument happily there about where they're all going wrong. And we talked about where decoration might happen, around windows and entrances, and how they might make a kind of shared space in the centre. And this is them. And this is the rest of the master plan. This is all designed by Will Alsop. Individual blocks will be designed by different architects. This is stalled, as are almost all regeneration projects in the UK as a result of the recession. So there's a series of kind of like finger blocks, 8, 9-storey apartments, big lagoon, and ours, which were the first houses on the whole site, on a vacant, well, it was a football pitch, form a kind of end point to lots of these views. And we developed a typology which is a series of L-shaped units which wrap around the courtyard, which can be used as a garden or can be used as a place to park your car. And the L-shaped unit is basically open plan, but then we put in different partitions and arranged it slightly differently such that the dining space and the living space could be swapped over. And here's that kind of space which looks out into the garden. And here's that sort of extra bit of circulation where there's a little home office and bench where you can put your computer. And so there were different sizes of unit, but they were predominantly these L-shaped units. And we developed an idea that all these different L-shaped units are kind of, and they were single-storey, 2-storey, and some 3-storey, were contained behind this big facade, which was bigger than the houses, because the apartments opposite are like 8 stories, and our houses were 2 stories. And they were 2 stories because the residents absolutely insisted that a 3-storey house wasn't really a proper house. And there's only a couple of 3-storey houses. So we had this much bigger than necessary facade, which starts to have this kind of DIY, but also kind of arts and crafts pattern that is as much bigger scale than the houses and communicates to those kind of views down the main axial things, and has a pattern that sort of shifts, not in relation to the house behind exactly, but according to a kind of much bigger scale of how the houses are viewed. So there's a kind of idea of like publicness and privateness, of certain public languages, private languages becoming a kind of public language on the outside. And then we speculate on how these might be transformed as the residents start to do bits and pieces, adding like hanging baskets. And the president of the RIBA had just done a tour of England and announced that England was a nation of hanging basket lovers. So we thought we'd have as many as possible. And this is them. So they're made of brick with this kind of brick pattern. Originally we were going to do this thing where the bricks were all stuck on and we were going to put them in all sorts of strange shapes. And we ended up actually doing this stuff in real brick, which is, I wouldn't advise. Tremendously ridiculous thing to do with brick, to cut it into shapes like that. And so you can see this sort of pattern which weaves in and out of presence, absence, changes colour. These are the kind of window seats. So the back of it is sort of Bauhaus and the front of it is, it's got a Queen Mary front and a Mary Ann behind. And that's it in its context. And so the houses form these sort of interesting little dualities. They're pairs, but they're pairs across their courtyard, their shared courtyard as well. And the pattern never quite sits in the right place, so it conforms to a kind of a logic of the houses seen as a sort of public viewpoint. This is the kind of context of mills, etc. There's the interiors, which are very simple. A little bit of decoration kind of creeps in. This is that window seat you can at the top of the stairs. And here's a happy customer. This is the owner of the dog with no eyes. This is Terry. And also the owner of the Hawaiian beach bar. And when we went in to take pictures of the houses that occupied, and we met Terry, and we said, well, what's with all this newfangled furniture? And he said, well, I've got a modern house now, which just goes to show you can't win. And there's the dog with no eyes. We made he had a carp collection, he bred carp, and he took them across the road. He lived literally across the road from the houses, and he put them all in a wheelie bin and water, and we built this new pond for him in his garden, and he came over and put the carp in there. I think they all survived, and he gave the dog its new final resting place. Okay, that's not quite the end, actually. This is the end. Another conversation I had in the pub last night was someone said, "Are you going to show your giant Hercules head toilet?" And I said, "No, but we're going to show our small Hercules head stool." And there it is. It's made of foam. Soft Hercules, it's called. I put it in because I quite like it, but also because, in a banal way, it shows how our work has consistently been on the sort of boundaries of architecture, that it's been about design and about art and about installations and events and architecture. And so what I've tried to describe really is a kind of practice of architecture that looks for opportunities that aren't in the sort of traditional aspects of architecture. So we're interested in expanding both the kind of language of architecture, and a lot of the projects I've shown hopefully show that interest in looking at languages of architecture outside what you might call the kind of mainstream or the academy, where the sort of official languages of architecture, but trying to learn from seaside architecture, popular architecture, commercial forms of architecture, industrial forms of architecture. And we see this, going back to this kind of ridiculous title, Kill the Modernist Within, actually as being a kind of continuation of modernism, which architecturally at least was founded on a kind of interest in learning from things outside of the academy, looking at, in the 20s, at grain silos and ships and planes and stuff like that. And it seems to us that actually working within the modernist tradition is to continue to kind of learn from your environment rather than to refine a specific sort of architect's language. And to expand the sort of discipline of architecture, which involves writing and organising and doing speculative projects which are about a kind of body of knowledge, which again is a sort of important phrase that's come up in the last few days, like what is it that architects do? And I suppose what I've tried to show is some of the things that they don't ordinarily do, or tactics and techniques that we've adopted that in a sort of slightly counterintuitive way have led to us to what we think are some interesting directions. And I wanted to end on this actually, because this is a kind of nice circularity to this in a couple of ways. One is this is an architectural design special on postmodernism, edited by Charles Jenks, but us too. And we've just finished writing this. So we finally got to do our unpopular book on postmodernism. And this is out in all bad booksellers in September, and it's called Radical Postmodernism. And it's about trying to sort of resuscitate that much reviled form of a source of architecture, but suggest things in it that to us seem still to be valid and very much concerned with this idea of engagement with popular forms of culture and engagement with cultures outside of a sort of central architectural discipline. And this seems to us the central thing to learn from postmodernism. That was what was interesting about it originally. Kind of got a bit lost along the way, but there's something still there that we think is a kind of radical thing, and radical not least in the fact that it doesn't ever suggest that it's radical. It's also quite nice because it's being introduced by Ian, because ARM's work are in it as well. So having just been in conversation with them and admirers of their work and including something in it, it's very nice to kind of come here and talk in the context of Australian architecture. And we're going to Melbourne, or I'm going to Melbourne on Sunday and talking again at the Institute there. So there's a kind of nice sort of circularity to that. So that's it, me done, officially. Thank you.
We've almost run out of time, so I'll open up the floor in a moment, but I just want to ask you one question, Charles. And I guess your experience of crisis is one of recession, and you've experienced this twice now.
Yeah.
And what I enjoyed about your presentation was that you break the existing rules by using counter-intuition, basically to establish your own logic. And one of that is, I guess, what you employ, symbolism and iconography.
Yeah.
And when we have been sitting here the last few days, we've been talking about crisis, but often not dealing with aesthetics within crisis. So what I'm interested in is about, with the symbolism itself, how do you see this as a strategy? What do you wish to communicate with iconography?
I think different things in different circumstances.
Okay.
I mean, I think that the housing is a kind of very explicit attempt to use a sort of language of kind of negotiation, DIY, adaptation, and genuinely, I think, certainly in the sort of interior of the houses, but externally too, to recognise that they change, and they sort of begin a process of acknowledging that one of the profound ways that people occupy space is through kind of applying iconography to it. You know, how territories are kind of marked out through that process, how kind of ownership or meaning is made through that. And I think, you know, architects in their kind of their sort of will towards abstraction, and in their general sort of disdain for kind of popular forms of expression, don't want to use that stuff. And I think for us that's a way to... It's a funny one, this kind of idea of communication, because I don't think we ever use these things straight, and so the idea that they're some sort of clear form of communication is clearly not the case. They're always messed up, they're always mixed with something else. But it still seems to me there's some kind of purchase that you can get there. Like, I recognise that it's not quite right, but I recognise it means something, which I understand.
But then if you're picking up on iconography and it comes back in an unfamiliar way or a different way, how do you deal with the idea of trust with the client, especially when I think a lot of the problems with crisis is actually a crisis of trust as well, and especially with the recent events in the UK as well?
Yeah, well, okay, yeah. I mean, we're sort of lucky and unlucky in the sense we get very few clients. Yeah. But when we get them, we tend to get like ones who are absolutely right. Andrew talked about this about saying, you know, like, you know, the architecture is most successful when there's a sort of symbiotic relationship between the client and the architect and all the people involved in the process. And I guess we've been very lucky. I suppose the thing that we do, because it has a very overt sort of set of characteristics to it, we tend to lose a spectacular number of jobs, but we get jobs with people who really are interested in what we're doing and think, I suppose more to the point, they think it's kind of right for that situation in some way. So, you know, the project that's on there, which I didn't talk about, partly to leave some kind of fresh stuff for Tuesday. It's a project in Holland, you know, where, you know, our sort of interest in negotiating what it might be like, in kind of talking to people and saying, okay, there's this bit and this bit and this bit, and a certain way of using iconography and kind of collage and stuff was a way to sort of make a project in that setting. Like there was a bit of sight, but they didn't really know what to do with it, and so. You know, I think the reason we were asked to do it was that we had some kind of way of approaching architecture which would help to sort of generate a kind of popular meaning for that.
Okay. And how have you found this expressed in Australia, for example, when you see work from ARM or McCharles Bride Ryan or people like this?
Yeah.
What's been your approach to this? Do you see, as the title suggests, radical postmodernism? Do you find this embedded in these practices?
Yeah, I mean, the stuff I know about ARM, I guess, is that one, there's lots of rule breaking in it, which I'm always drawn to, and you know, a kind of embracing of things that you're not meant to do, taking something from here and sticking it there. So yeah, it seems very lively. I mean, and quite refreshing to us, because I mean, you know, in England and the kind of sort of influential forms of architecture in the UK at the moment very much learn from kind of European, in particular, kind of a sort of Swiss minimalist school. And, you know, although that stuff, the kind of Crusoe, St. John, Herzog and de Meuron, who have since obviously moved on to a much more kind of expansive form of practice, but a lot of the stuff in the UK at the moment coalesces around the idea of if it's about the everyday, it's an incredibly kind of cross-armed, cerebral way. So it's nice to see work which is kind of, you know, cerebral in a sense. It's obviously reflective, but it's got a kind of, you know, a real sort of joie de vivre about it.
Yeah. Okay, I'd like to open up to the floor. Are there questions?
Regarded than none.
No, there's one here.
Well, I think there's definitely a kind of correlation between POMO and tight budgets. I think all of our stuff, because we grew out of not really doing big competitions and not really working on sort of speculative large projects, but doing live, very small budget projects, like little installations, little art projects, often where we were actually negotiating our own budget, and early sort of interior things, where, you know, getting the most bang for your buck was very important, and getting a kind of a big impact with a very small amount of money. So I think definitely that's kind of influenced it, and we're sort of, you know, quite certain things where, you know, I think most of the buildings we do are quite tight budgets. I mean, those houses are a very, very competitive budget for what's called affordable housing in the UK. I mean, they're like £1,100 a square metre, which is very cheap. They're not cheaply built, but they're just very simply built, you know, and there's no sort of gymnastics involved really. There's a little bit in holding that sticky up facade. But, you know, there's a kind of expedience, I suppose, and pragmatism in what we do, which, although it's quite sort of flamboyant in certain ways, it's normally done with quite limited means. You know, we're obviously not parametricists. We don't expend an awful lot of energy on complex structural systems or complex cladding systems. So I think there is a kind of expedience to that. I mean, I think the projects that we're doing now, perhaps a couple of them have slightly healthier budgets, but our background is always working at kind of tight budgets. They all hate them. No, well, the house is very, very popular. I mean, you know, but that was no surprise in a way because we worked with them all the way through. So, you know, there was, in some ways, the ownership of the scheme was such that it would be quite weird if they did hate them. Although there were lots of arguments and stuff in that. It was a very salutary and interesting experience. I mean, you know, one of the battles we lost designing the houses was that they had to squeeze quite a lot on a small space. And we wanted, there wasn't much room in the middle, we wanted to make a communal garden, and we sort of pitched that at one of our early consultation sessions. We said, okay, we'll have a lovely communal garden. They're all like, I don't want that. I don't want to sit next to him when he's like sunbathing, you know. And they all professed to hate each other, and that they all wanted kind of small gardens and stuff. So there were lots of kind of conflicts along the way, but I think we kind of came to you know, a place where everyone was very happy with that. It's harder to say with other projects where we have we don't always, in that project we had a very close relationship to the community in which we were working. We don't always, and I think our work's pretty, you know, pretty divisive. I think people, you know, certainly people don't like it. But I also think that's right as well. I mean, architecture doesn't have to please everybody, and I think, you know, in something like the housing, I think the most meaningful thing for us was to create a set of houses that were within that master plan, which had some genuine kind of relevance to the people living there, and that, as I said, explored a kind of issue of their sort of taste and preferences, filtered obviously through other stuff. You know, there's a conflict kind of going on in that scheme. But, you know, beyond that, I don't think we've ever done a straw poll of. I do know that whenever our schemes go on online, particularly on the DZine website, we have some spectacularly rude comments. Well, my favourite being just one line which said, "Will they please just stop?"
I guess I'll ask a question. Oh, there's one up the back actually. Yeah.
Well, the bus stop one was sort of self-funded in the sense that everyone literally just contributed like 50 quid, and that then accumulated enough money to hire these spaces. The second bus stop project we did a grant bid, and we've done a number of those, Arts Council and British Council grant bids over the years for projects which we've curated or conceived. And sometimes there have been mixes of them. I mean, the architecture projects tend to equally come from bits of grant money for like public housing or things like that, but we're much less involved in the sourcing of that funding. But yeah, certainly in the early days, we did a lot of chasing around after money. And equally, another way is to not pay yourself, I guess. In the early days, we didn't really pay ourselves, and we kind of taught and things like that, so that any money that came in allowed us to sort of do some projects. In relation to housing or the... Yeah, the housing one was interesting because we worked with the community. That gave the project an enormous kind of credence with the planning authority. It's hard to argue with. It's hard to say that people won't like it if the people are actually living in it. And so in a way that allowed us to get away with quite a lot, because it was a sort of, it wasn't presented as a sort of imposition on kind of the location, but kind of coming out of it semi-organically, as it were. But I remember that picture I showed of the houses before and then the houses after. We showed the first one to the planning authority, and they were like, you know, God, really? Okay. And then we showed them the second one, and they were going, but you've ruined it. So I thought that was quite interesting, that the way that planning works is that it resists development up to the point of adopting it, and then it's theirs, and they police it massively to make sure that you can't change it. And I think that's quite, you know, we were going, but we're the architects. Okay, you're ruining your own design here with this stuff. Other things are the usual kind of negotiation, you know. I mean, I think we've got quite a good record of getting planning permission. We've never not got it. And I think clients are kind of slightly wary of us thinking that it will be a battle. In actual fact, I think, as I say, we've never not got it. And I don't know whether that's a bit of luck and a bit of, you know, we like talking about our work. And therefore, I think that helps. We're quite happy to sort of, you know, go and engage in the whole sort of process of talking to planning authorities and explaining why we think it does. There's normally a kind of reason. So yeah, I mean, we've not really experienced a kind of, strangely actually, I think, because most architects' experience of planning legislation is one of frustration. Ours has largely been, up to now, pretty happy, really.
But when you say like you're working with the community, what do you mean by that? Because I can't imagine you sitting down with pieces of paper and doing this participatory planning process. How do you work with the community? What do you mean?
Well, literally that, really. Yeah. I mean, you know, the houses, we did a series of workshops with them. We went to Holland to show. We had a fantastic trip to Holland where we hired a minibus, and I had a clipboard with my list of buildings to go and see, like MVRDV housing, and then some kind of 30s brick housing and stuff like that. And then I had like sort of 20 Mancunians in the back who, all of which smoked furiously. So we only got to see one house virtually because they kept going, can you stop the bus? I've got to get off and have another fag. So, and that just went all day. You know, we hardly got anywhere. And they, you know, we'd see some house and go, they're all right then, they're all right. So we did a trip with them, and we, as I say, the design process of there was we went to each of their houses and we did a kind of interview with them. Yeah. Like we kept likening it to, it was like they were a private client. How if you had a private house client, you'd go there and you go, okay, what do you want? Why do you want it like that? Blah, blah, blah. And we tried to do that with each one, and then sort of knit these things together. So we did, and also because they had been consulted through the master planning process, there was a sense that they had consultation fatigue, that they didn't want to be asked any more questions about abstract things. Like Will Alsop had sort of, in his first consultation with them, said, you know, bring an object that you love. And of course, it's the sort of thing that, you know, architecture students and teachers do, and everyone kind of understands the parameters, but they were a bit like, what, why, what? Can I talk about my kitchen? That would be much more relevant. So we tried to keep that very practical. Yeah. And really simple, and then talk about what seemed sort of profound little thing. And then in the Dutch scheme up there, which I didn't talk about, again, you know, it's a long process of doing workshops and literal kind of model making exercises and stuff like that. And they're probably the two projects where we've done that. But I think in the early art projects, there's always an interest in this kind of interaction between experts and non-experts, lay people and artists and stuff. And so, you know, we did another art project where we got an artist and a homeowner to collaborate on an artwork which was displayed in the garden. So there was a whole kind of idea about, you know, displaying something private on the outside, but also working with a kind of, they chose an artist, and there was a kind of, you know, and like the bus stop, it's always interesting, like what happens if you take certain things and then put them in another field. Mm-hmm. And then there has to be this kind of intense negotiation, like the artwork is no longer a kind of all-powerful thing. It has to compete with other stuff, and that seems to be, to us, not to denigrate the power of art, but to see what happens when it gets shifted slightly.
Okay. More questions?
Yeah. Well, the slight tragedy of that whole project is that very little of the rest of it's happened. It's been kind of mothballed for financial crisis reasons. There's another phase of affordable housing by a different architect, but it doesn't really overlook ours. And so the sort of primary relationship which we imagined for it, which is that these houses, which the brief was for 2-story houses, traditional and kind of inverted commas, and then that they were facing these kind of 6, 7, 8-story apartments. And so one of the primary formal things we thought we had to deal with was, what's the relationship between these two things, big things and these little houses, and that's yet to materialise. So it's kind of weird. I mean, it is a bit of a blasted earth up there. You kind of go there, there's these houses, and then some half-done infrastructure. So it's a real shame on a whole number of reasons, but I think they'll make much better sense when the other architecture's there. It's very, very high profile, like Mechanua doing a scheme there, and lots of very high profile UK-based architects and stuff. So, it's very much designed to be this kind of glamorous but eclectic mix of stuff. And as it stands, it's kind of only makes sense if it's finished, really. So it's hard to say. I was certainly with the master planning architects; they were quite keen on. We had quite a good relationship with them, and they understood our sort of process and why we were all doing it like we were.
It's very generally accepted that Great Britain has the most questionable taste. Would your design approach gain traction in other parts of Europe?
So I slightly missed the inference of the question.
You've mentioned the Dutch. You've worked in the Netherlands.
Yes.
But it's pretty generally accepted that Great Britain has the most questionable taste, or a population that has the most questionable taste. Do you design other parts of Europe, i.e. like Germany and Spain?
Germans, I don't think they'd have us, no.
Have you been invited to other countries after, I guess, the Dutch
well, for various reasons, I think mixture of coincidence and the advertising agency leading to other things. We have done a lot of projects in Holland, and it's definitely Holland's a kind of amazing country from a design perspective, because it's very, very visually literate and sophisticated, and therefore they're kind of if you look at, say, the production of like the Eindhoven Design School. It's amazingly kind of eclectic and very sort of playful and rich sensibility. So I think there's a kind of natural home for all forms of architecture there, which is why that culture has been particularly helpful to us. We have done work elsewhere. We've done a bit of stuff in Belgium, and a bit of stuff in Belgium. I can't think of where I mean, we've done stuff, we've lectured and exhibited and things like that, but in terms of actually finishing a building, we did an ad agency too in Belgium and in Brussels, and then we've done probably 4 or 5 buildings and a couple of little interiors in Holland, and almost every city in Holland actually. We've done something in The Hague, in Amsterdam, Rotterdam, Eindhoven and Amersfoort.
Charles, I've got a question. Excuse me. Just about the audience of your work. Obviously, with the conference so far, we've seen people like Nathaniel and Paul, where obviously they're very specifically doing things for other people, as it were. Yeah. In your case, I'd say you're more like the rest of us, where there's a much greater tension between who the audience might be for the work, and obviously particularly with POMO stuff, always, despite the populist rhetoric, you always have a sense that it's really for the profession. The work is talking back to the profession. The rhetoric is anti the profession, the rhetoric, as it often stands. There's a joy in not being liked by many in the profession.
Yeah.
So I wonder if you could just talk a little bit about that balance. Say when you're doing the public housing, how much is it for the clients and how much you're just dying to stick the finger up, as it were? And how do you manage that tension?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a very cute observation, really. I mean, I think probably to a dangerous degree, a lot of our work certainly was about a reaction to the profession and a deliberate kind of confrontation with its values, I think. I think it kind of came from our education, really, which was, you know, in the kind of early 90s. There was a lot of reflection about, in the UK, about what architecture was and what architectural education was. And I think it was very much a kind of coming out of a period where modernism had held sway, and then influence of kind of critical theory and postmodern theory and stuff, feminist theory, etc., were all kind of casting a lot of doubt on this sort of, canon of modernism. And, my education very much came out of that. There's a lot of kind of self-reflection and sort of, a kind of critical engagement, I guess, with everything about architectural institution, the languages that we use, the way that we choose to describe it, the body of knowledge that we have, the way that architecture is placed within society. And I think, maybe our work is characterized by a kind of acute self-consciousness in that sense. I think it has also, I think now it's sort of slightly, it's changing. And I think our work, and I'm glad, I haven't really shown any very recent work, but I always found it quite difficult to talk about ongoing stuff. But I think our work now is actually coming out of its own narrative a bit more and less a commentary. And I think that's a healthy thing. I think as a practicing architect, the more that you do, it sounds really dull, and I think I would have been horrified about this a few years ago, but it does become about how you make things and what materials you use and how you put objects together and stuff like that. And it isn't solely about abstract ideas. And I think our work began as a sort of built manifesto and is now becoming slightly more ambiguous, and I think does relate much more to issues of site and context and program in a slightly less frenetic way. And I think also when the fact that our origins were doing these art projects, and the art projects were very much about a sort of concept that we would realise. We'd kind of go, okay, if you put art in a bus stop, that's an idea, and then the actual execution that is largely procedural. We go, okay, well, we need to get X number of bus stops, blah blah blah. So our early work is very much about manifesting a sort of concept. But I think now we're much looser at the beginning as to what the concept is, and we're not that worried if there isn't one, actually. We'll just kind of work through the process of designing it, and ideas will come, and we're much less sort of, okay, what's our big idea, and then how do we drive it through?
So if you say then not having a concept can be a good idea, how do you start then?
Well, you start from what you did last in a funny sort of way, don't you? I mean, I think we've been working, there's three of us, plus the people who work in our office, have been working together for a long time. There's an awful lot of stuff which we just don't discuss at all because it's simply just part of the atmosphere of the office. That's a dangerous thing, but you need to be kind of critical of that you're just going, we're very critical of each other. We go like, each one of us might start a process and we'll go like, if that has a wobbly top on it, I'm not even discussing it with you. So we try to be quite critical of our own tropes and cliches.
Okay.
But I think projects inevitably partly spring from the last, your last set of interests, and then what the project is, which is always an idea in itself, isn't it? It's the idea that is given to you.
Okay.
And I'm increasingly interested in that, and I'm trying to process what that means, actually. The idea of being useful really interests me. I think it's a question that architects I find myself a lot in crits, just going like, in what way is you been trying to be useful?
Okay. Are there any more questions?
I have a question. Sorry, I'm right at the back. As students, we spend a lot of time being very serious about our studies and not much time laughing about the ridiculous concepts that we come up with. And looking at your work, you have the ability of laughing at yourself and having these moments of humour. And I was just wondering how important that is within your office and how that may have changed over your time as an architect.
About how we kind of use humour and the level to which we enjoy
and
what
how,
we're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think when people come to work in our office, they're often slightly disappointed that we're actually really miserable. And they keep thinking, like, when's the fun going to kick off around here? And it sort of doesn't. We're quite misanthropic individuals. No, I mean, I think we do have fun. We have a very particular kind of humour that we've developed, I guess, and grown up between the sort of partners and people we work with for a long time. I think we try to, not sure we try to surprise each other or appall each other. I think we take, some perverse joy in producing something that we have a kind of internal joke, which is that when we finally show the project, there's this kind of slight kind of revulsion from clients or something. We go like, it was very successful. He threw up almost immediately on the presentation of the facade. So I think there's a kind of, a sort of jokey kind of testing of the sort of boundaries of what's acceptable, and I guess probably what's acceptable to us as well. Like, someone might suddenly do like a really kind of organic shaped plan just because, we're naturally really averse to organic shaped plans. We do very kind of orthogonal kind of, sheddy sort of plans which have certain sort of tensions in them. But, suddenly having to force yourself to go, okay, we're just going to have, some curves in here to see whether we can kind of, confront our own prejudices. So I think that probably the fun comes from that, from, the sort of serious kind of fun of testing where the sort of limits of what you're prepared to do or what might be a kind of desirable design route, and trying hard not to get really stuck in a set of things that you find satisfying.
But I mean, is still shed and duck man? I mean, you're saying that things are starting to change a bit.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. My partner Sam's got this thing about the turducken.
Turducken.
Which is, that thing where you have like a duck inside a chicken inside a turkey. And so we're not doing the duck or the decorated shed, we're doing a sort of, we're doing a turducken, which allows for spatial complexity within the duck.
Are there any more questions? Yeah.
Hi, just back here. What if this form of architecture becomes conventional architecture, where you find new rules to break? When is it about breaking rules, and when is it about making good architecture?
When's it about breaking the rules, and when's it about
making good architecture?
Making good architecture. It's a loaded question, isn't it? I think we're always trying to make good architecture. I mean, that thing, the quip about it being South Park on the outside and Adolf Loos on the inside, reveals the fact that we're actually, what's that Robert Venturi quote? I've always been a classicist. I am a classicist, and I've always been a classicist. I think, we have we come from quite a traditional architecture education in some senses, and we're, lovers of very traditional architecture, the Baroque or Mannerism, arts and crafts architecture, and then a lot of modernism too. And I think we are always interested ultimately in doing what we think are kind of rich and complex pieces of architecture, but they involve perhaps a slightly counterintuitive approach to how you do that. That sometimes that seriousness is cut against something that appears, slightly flippant or comes from a different language or a slightly different world. And for us, I think that that adds a kind of richness to it. And I think, again, contemporary art was a very big influence for us. One of our members at that time, or quite a few, were actually artists rather than architects, and fine art techniques, which seemed to us as architectural designers to be very liberating, the way that you could just grab something like, Duchamp's urinal. It's not particularly contemporary art now, but you can say a lot of contemporary art still refers to that initial kind of playful act of saying, okay, well, I'm going to take that from there and I'm going to put it there. Or, cutting things up or using bits of stuff and collage as a sort of tactic. It seems to have a very strong precedent within art, and it doesn't mean that the art that results from it is kind of somehow weak or unserious. I think architecture is just very serious. And so if you do work which tries to take an attitude which is perhaps sort of playfully critical of that, you very quickly get labelled, we get labelled all the time as like pranksters. It drives us nuts, actually. You know, and people use it kind of positively. They go, oh, they're pranksters who are up to their old tricks again. And we're always a bit like, it's actually quite serious. And I think maybe, you know, we present it maybe slightly kind of sometimes not that seriously as well, but the intent is always serious, I think. And, you know, I think there's nothing more serious than saying, okay, I'm going to design some houses which are relevant to a community, for instance, who don't normally get much representation in architecture. That's an intensely serious and kind of small p political thing to do.
Is there any more questions? I've just got one more question. It's come up a lot the last few days, which is the idea of abstinence. And the idea of, would you say no to a client? You know, the question yesterday was, would you design a jail or would you not?
We've never said no to
never
a client,
said no.
But we've also very rarely been asked. We've literally never said no to a client. So we've never been put in a kind of morally dubious position.
Okay.
We would struggle with that immensely. No, I think we'd probably make this very similar kind of, I mean, obviously kind of areas, ethical areas where the answer seems to us to be very clear. Mm-hmm. Certain countries, certain institutions, certain despots. But we like ambiguous situations, I guess, mm-hmm. And ones that are not necessarily have the most obviously kind of well-intentioned motives, but I think that probably has its kind of political limits. Yeah. You know, and our work's always definitely interested in the kind of politics and an ethics, and that for us is tied up with issues of taste and who the audience is, what sectors of society sort of feel part of kind of architectural culture, or what sectors that architectural culture responds to. Mm-hmm. That seems to us to be a kind of ethical position in itself. But we're in the unfortunate position of never having said no.
Okay. On that note, then I wish everyone to put their hands together and thanks Charles Holland.
Thank you very much.